Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of July 14th, 2020. Call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Chen.
Present.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Here.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths.
I'm here.
Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Machucci.
Here.
Mayor Fury.
Present.
Mayor Fury.
I didn't hear you, but I said present. Did you get it?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I did now.
I'm not picking up
You're on,
the
Mayor.
audio. Okay. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14B, public employee appointment, 14C, public employee performance evaluation, and 14D, real property, conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters are authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, 54957B1, and 54958.8. Additionally, I have a financial conflict of interest on item 14A. I've been named a lawsuit of MIR, M-I-R, versus City of Torrance et al. in both my official capacity and my personal capacity. The city is required to represent me in my official capacity, and therefore there is only a de minimis cost of representing me in my personal capacity as well. But this cost, no matter how small, is still a financial conflict that must be disclosed. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, have a financial conflict of interest on item 14A. I have been named in the lawsuit of MIR versus City of Torrance et al. In both my official capacity and my personal capacity. The city is required to represent me in my official capacity, and therefore there is only a de minimis cost of representing me in my personal capacity as well. But this cost, no matter how small, is still a financial conflict that must be disclosed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, Mayor, I too have a financial conflict of interest on item 14A. I've been named in the lawsuit of MIR versus City of Torrance et al. In both my official capacity and my personal capacity. The city is required to represent me in my official capacity, and therefore there's only a de minimis cost of representing me in my personal capacity as well. But this cost, no matter how small, is still a financial conflict that must be disclosed.
Thank you. And do we have another disclaimer?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilwoman Ashcraft. I also have a financial conflict of interest on item 14A. I have been named in the lawsuit of MIR versus City of Torrance et al. In both my official capacity and my personal capacity. The city is required to represent me in my official capacity, and therefore there's only a de minimis cost of representing me in my personal capacity as well. But this cost, no matter how small, is still a financial conflict, and that must be disclosed. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Patrick Sullivan, the City Attorney. Thank you for the council people for making their financial disclosures and disqualifications on item 14A. The law provides, obviously, if a council member has a financial conflict, they must disclose it and then be disqualified. The disqualification, though, of 4 members of the City Council on item 14A would cause the City Council to lose its quorum. The law has an exception in these situations for when there's a legal requirement for participation. Essentially, it allows one of the council members to waive the disqualification so the meeting can occur. In this situation, the law provides that it is random how the council members get past the disqualification, excuse me. And what we've done in this situation is I've printed the name of the 4 members of the city council that had a disqualification, same size paper, folded the paper the exact same way, placed their names in a hat, and had my legal assistant pick out one of the 4 names. The name that was picked is Councilwoman Ashcraft, so she will be participating, and that voids her financial disqualification just because it gives us the quorum. The other 3 members, Mayor Fury, Councilmember Goodrich, and Councilmember Griffiths, will not be participating in item 14A. Thank you.
Mayor, you are muted at this time.
Okay, we will now recess our closed session to closed session, and we will return at 7 p.m. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of July 14th, 2020. We've been in an executive session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, Your Honor, there's nothing to report.
Thank you. As you may be aware, Governor Newsom has pulled back on the safer at home order. So tonight we'll continue to conduct business via our web-based telemeeting. These times are very different for all of us, but your participation remains important to us. Rest assured that we're doing our best to conduct business in a safe and effective manner. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. And thank you to those of you who met today's deadline. Those emails have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material, and they will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but we will not be an opportunity to review them this evening. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with the Government Code Section 54954.3A, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-ins. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of that actual hearing. You may participate by calling into the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed occasionally on the screen. So please be patient when you're calling in. Please be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple phone calls, so you may get a busy signal when calling in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Next item then will be our flag salute led by Councilmember Matucci, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Ashcraft. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. If everybody can please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I recognize and respect that many of us come from different faith traditions. I invite you to pray in yours as I pray in mine. Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for the opportunity to serve the people of Torrance. Help us to act with character and conviction and serve with understanding and goodwill. We ask that firefighter Ricky Cradle be blessed with continued healing from the COVID virus. As our city and country navigate through and with this COVID virus, we ask for wisdom and knowledge to help our businesses and residents deal with the effects of this pandemic. Please let us be effective this night as a city council. Amen.
Thank you. I'll take a report of the City Clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, July 9th, with a revised agenda posted on July 10th.
Thank you. May I have a motion to waive further reading? Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, I move to waive further readings.
Councilmember Chen?
Councilman Chen was second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Leroy Jackson. There are no withdrawn or deferred items. However, we have supplemental materials with regards to item 7, oral communications correspondence, Items 8C, award purchase order for 4 Escape plug-in hybrids. 8B, approve lease amendments to defer rent payments. And item 9C, authorize the submission of fiscal year Federal Administration grant application and appropriate funding. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This takes us to council committee meetings and announcements. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge the Torrance Police Foundation for a generous grant award of $25,355.98 to expand the police department's automated external defibrillator, the AED program. The Torrance Police Foundation is a nonprofit organization formed in 2016 to provide resources to the police department that are otherwise not funded in the city budget, which support excellence and innovation in policing. In June, the foundation approved a grant request to fund the acquisition of 17 additional AEDs for police deployment during a cardiac arrest emergency. This marks the third grant that the foundation has awarded in support of police AED program and will allow nearly 50 patrol vehicles to be equipped with a life-saving AED device to improve community safety and health. We thank the Torrance Police Foundation Board of Directors, the members, and the supporters for their ongoing generosity and good works on behalf of our police department as well as the city of Torrance. On to Councilmember Chen. Do you have an announcement?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank you. This is a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submission online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. The results of this once-a-decade count determine the number of seats each state has in the House of Representatives, in addition to drawing congressional and state legislative districts. This count will also determine how much of the $675 billion in federal funding will be distributed to states and communities each year, facilitating the creation of jobs, building schools, and many other services that communities enjoy daily. It's not too late to complete your 2020 census. Please complete your form online, by phone, or by mail. Visit my2020census.gov to begin. Let's go for that 100%, City of Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. The City of Torrance is committed to opposing the numerous housing and zoning bills that may have significant impact to our local control. A concerted effort is needed to address opposition to these bills to our state legislators and authors of these bills. Inaction will be detrimental to our community. Many, myself included, have voiced the urgency to address these bills and have taken proactive steps to let our legislators know their concerns. The city has encouraged residents to reach out to our state representatives and share their concerns directly. While these steps have been taken to voice our community's concerns, we need to continue these efforts. With the City Council's concurrence, I would like to recommend that an item be brought forward to City Council to do the following: provide summary of all the active housing and zoning bills. 2, to provide the public with contact information of our state legislators and authors of these bills. And 3, to allow the council, along with residents, to discuss and determine next steps for these bills. Time is of the essence, and it is imperative that we meet sooner rather than later to discuss these bills that would have a significant impact on local control. Hopefully we have concurrence to bring that item forward.
We
I
do
appreciate
have
that very
concurrence.
much. Thank you so much.
Mayor?
To staff, that would be in a workshop format?
It could be during your council meeting as a workshop format, or we could bring you a formal agenda item asking for more formal action, such as a resolution. Might I suggest that you might want to have the item also include a statewide effort towards legislation to preserve local rights? That would almost take you to a constitutional amendment. and maybe the council would want to talk about being an advocate for such an amendment to be brought forward onto the ballot for preservation of local home rule.
Yeah, that's a grand idea. I know there was some efforts by our colleagues from Redondo Beach as well as Beverly Hills to do just that, and I think that would be, an important part of a workshop or an agenda item. With concurrence of my colleagues, I think that's one of the things we will add to that, and we do have that. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Griffin. And now to, Councilmember Goodrich has a question.
Just wanted to make sure we're okay to do a council concurrence under announcements as opposed to oral communications. Parliamentarian?
Since this is only a direction by the council, I'd defer to Patrick Sullivan, but I believe that's appropriate. You're giving us direction to return at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing nothing negative from our city attorney, I believe Mr. Jackson is correct. We move on. City Clerk Rebecca Poirier, do you have an announcement?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The City Clerk's office is not currently holding any live commission certification training classes due to the pandemic. However, the City Clerk's office is hosting online commission certification training. I encourage Torrance residents who wish to become certified to email the City Clerk's office at cityclerk@torranceca.gov to register for the class. This is a 2-hour class with 4 modules that may be taken all at once or over a couple of days. So again, I encourage the Torrance residents who are interested, please email cityclerk@torranceca.gov. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Poirier. Seeing now there are no items scheduled under community matters, we're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4e, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on. Or if you want to make a general comment, there is a delay in the broadcast. Do not try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device and do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on topic, you will get a warning to stay on topic. If you do not then speak on the topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7b3 and b4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. And so please note that the City Council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. And that's for the City Council members. Now, oral communication. This portion of the meeting is reserved for public comment on items on the agenda, not on the agenda, or on topics of interest to the general public. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under the public comment period will have no longer than 1 minute to speak, and we'll start moving along right now to the call center. Do we have anybody who has called in?
Hi, Mayor. This is the call center. Yes, I do have callers on the line. Would you like me to begin to unmute them?
Please do that.
Judy Brunetti, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hello, I'm calling on general comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is Judy Brunetti, and I'm with the Riviera Homeowners Neighborhood Association. Originally, I was going to call tonight to urge the Council to add an agenda item regarding SB 902 and the other similar local laws that take away local control from zoning, municipal code, and general plan. But since Councilmember Griffiths has already done that, and Councilmember Matucci had also contacted me regarding this, I just want to say thank you for taking action on this. The only thing I guess I would add is just urge that this be done quickly, because SB 902 is already passed in the California State Senate, and the Assembly will take a crack at it as soon as Assembly reconvenes, when everybody is well, since they've had some coronavirus. But there are 8 other similar laws that are lined up, and we residents need to hear from you, Council.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Steve Ashley, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oh, yes, I'm calling on general statement, but it is regarding the reinstatement of parking violations for street cleaning during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now, sir.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I live on Ward Street in Walteria, in between Newton and PCH. I've been a homeowner for 18 years here, and a long-time resident for a long time here. I've noticed since the pandemic, there's been virtually no parking on our street. Both sides are usually very full. And when they did the first time street sweeping this morning at 10 o'clock going down my street, both sides were completely full of cars. There was maybe one spot to park. I even took a picture with the street sweeper going by. And I'm just thinking that when you guys start enforcing this, there's really nowhere to really park if all the nearby streets are having the same situation. We might have to go maybe 2 or 3 blocks, or maybe park in the Walteria school parking lot or something like that. So I'm kind of worried that it might be very difficult for some of the residents in light of what it's meant to be. So I'm not sure if we can find another way to, help with that. Maybe wait until we get to phase 3 of, the pandemic.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next
Thank
caller.
you.
Tim Isaac, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling for an oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I would like to call, I'm calling about the death of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and I would like to request that you fire the officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon, and you still haven't created a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. So I don't know what's going on with that, but this is a travesty. This man has been killed by the police. His blood is on your hands. I say this every week, and you guys need to be held responsible. The officers need to be held responsible. They need to be fired and charged with his murder, period. And we're going to keep calling every week until you do something about it. I got nothing else to say.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Andrea, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I wanted to inform you that you need to fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon for murdering Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It is beyond ridiculous that you haven't done so, even though they murdered him within 15 seconds, although he was complying with all the orders, however conflicting they were. You also need to install a civilian oversight commission to look after TPD activities, because we can't trust them to do their job, and they need to be independent from the police department as to not, become more subject to, more under the influence of TPD. It needs to be completely independent. I have nothing else to say except do your fucking jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Bev, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
On agenda item 8C and 8D.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes that starts now.
All right. The reason I was calling on that, I'm glad to see that you're going to be using the hybrids in that, but I am a little upset with the fact that why are we going to Placentia to buy our Fords when we have a Ford dealership in Torrance, which in number 8 you want to waive their rent? Maybe if we would have given them the business, they could pay their rent or their lease. Pardon me. You know, it seems wrong when we have businesses in our own area that can supply these products that we go somewhere else instead of taking care of Torrance. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll explain. We do it by the bid process. In fact, they get local businesses get a benefit even above and beyond what somebody else would have. And unfortunately, the local company did not bid low enough, so it was awarded to the low bidder, as we were required to do by law. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Carol Gillis, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
On orals.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, everyone. It's Carol Gillis representing the Torrance Theater Company. We had a great turnout last Sunday to see Kalamazoo, and we really appreciate everyone's participation. Diane and John Mann were wonderful, weren't they? Anyway, I'm just calling to remind you we have one last play in the series. It's going to be Sunday, July 26th at 6 p.m. It's called All the Days. And if you take a look at the actors who are going to be performing, you might notice a young man whose name may look familiar to many who follow the city council. Anyway, go to torrancetheatercompany.com, and that's TRE, company is spelled out, .com, and go to the Play at Home series and hit register. You will get an email once you put in your email address that will give you a private link to the YouTube channel.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Elke, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for continuing to keep us safe. We stand with you, City of Torrance. I also wanted to second the motion to cut off callers using profanity. It's disturbing just to really listen and to listen to a Marxist group continuing to call. Lastly, you, Black Lives Matter, you've continually failed to denounce the violence killing of Black lives. You are hypocrites. You are a terror group, and you are a violent group. You are a Marxist group. The only Black life you care about is the Black life that's crossed paths with a police officer, because your anti-police activism is a strategy to advance a communist revolt. You do not care about the Black life of DeVell Gardner Jr., another 1-year-old baby shot and killed this.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, I was calling on oral communications, item 7.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Y'all are cowards. You're scared because we are powerful beyond measure, scared of this moment and what it requires of you, scared the world will see who you are. Don't worry, we see you. You should be scared. Not a violent, we will hurt you scared, but a watch out, we're relentless, we'll win scared. We know you're scared because you try to silence us with police and riot gear, rules of decorum, cutting down and moving public comment, changing the deadline for emails. We're gaining traction. The number of emails and calls about Christopher prove this. The repetition is a pattern. You think it's a game, you think it's a joke, but you're the joke. This isn't democracy. This isn't transparency or accountability. This is nonsense and injustice. This is what people will look back on and disgust. This is your legacy. You can correct course. You can be the people and leaders you think you are. You can be a part of a more just future, and more just Torrance. Now is the time. It is happening with or without you, because when we fight, we win. Create a Civilian Oversight Commission and fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Amy, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
We're glad you sent a letter to our representatives, Mayor Fury, but it won't be enough to get the job done. We need a multi-pronged attack to have any chance of success to defeat the toxic zoning bills now in Sacramento. We need South Bay residents to call Assemblyman Morisuchi to say vote no on July 27th to bills that remove local control from our city without adding any affordable housing. And our mayor and city council need to be even more vocal and passionate in telling both our assemblyman and Senator Allen and any other legislators in Sacramento you know that these bills will destroy the fabric that makes up Torrance and the South Bay. Senator Weiner writes bills for the Bay Area but knows nothing about our South Bay. And residents should write letters to the Daily Breeze. And Mayor Fury, please submit op-eds to the Daily Breeze and LA Times. And please add this urgent topic as an agenda item immediately. We have no time to waste. And lastly, I totally agree that Torrance should have a civilian oversight commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Stephanie, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
We're calling again, week after week, to demand justice for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. He was complying with the orders of Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Within 15 seconds, they decided he did not deserve to live, and they shot him. And that was the end of it, as far as Torrance City Council was concerned. You have done nothing. You sit on your asses week after week, and ma'am, I'm really sorry for my language, but if you're more offended by my language than you are with the senseless murder of a young man, you just need to sit down and shut up. I stand with Sherilyn Haynes, who advocates for her son week after week. You guys need to do something. You need to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. You need to set up a civilian oversight committee so there is some thread of accountability in the city of Torrance. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm done.
Thanks for sharing.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I demand the least you can do for just a modicum of justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and his family, who was killed on December 9th, 2018, by Torrance PD officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. Within 15 seconds of coming up on him, while he was contritely cooperating with the ridiculous orders that were being given to him. Your continuance of injustice is appalling, given that you awarded these officers and you allow them to continue to patrol the streets. When one officer is killed before, then they could both kill again. They need to be fired immediately for the safety of the community, and it's long overdue to have a civilian oversight commission for that to be created to hold you and Torrance PD accountable. The change is coming. It would behoove you to rectify this injustice before you are forced to do so. I yield my time. Fuck you.
That was nice.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Cameron, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi. It's crazy that you can respond, Patrick, when someone offends you, but you can't even talk about or have any sympathy for someone that was murdered in your city because of their skin color. You, if you are remembered, which I doubt will ever happen, you will be remembered as a racist piece of garbage. You act like you're the little Fuhrer of Torrance, right? You're just like a little dictator who can do whatever you want and try to shut us down at every single stop, but it is not working because we are back and we will always be back every single week until you give Christopher's family justice. He was murdered within 15 seconds of complying to orders because of the rampant anti-blackness
community that all of you are responsible for. All of you have blood on your hands, and all of you are disgusting pieces of shit. And if you...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time is up. I'll move on to the next caller. Michelle Rushton, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
First, let me say that limiting our public comments to 1 minute is deplorable and clearly aims to suppress community input and engagement. I'm calling to demand justice for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, murdered by Torrance police officers Anthony Chavez and Sergeant Matthew Kincannon in 2018. Somebody needs to explain to me why, after a year and a half of ceaseless public outcry and citywide demand, there's been no leadership from council on agendizing a public discussion about creating a civilian oversight committee of Torrance PD. Do you not support community oversight of issues that directly affect resident safety? Have you forgotten that you work for us and not the police union? We come first. We have a right to total transparency and oversight of policing, an institution built and designed to serve and protect its own interests at our expense and funded by our tax dollars. We do not consent. This is our city, our voice is priority, and our demand is clear. Establish a civilian oversight committee and hold killer cops accountable. 60% of the city's annual operating budget goes to police department and their hefty benefit and pension.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Sterling, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Mayor Fury and your city council, you really think this is a game? My son's life was stolen within 15 seconds. Imagine if that was your child. You would keep fighting, and you would make sure there was justice in the name of your child. Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon need to be held accountable for murdering my son. They claimed that he was reaching for something. I know my son. He's not going to reach for shit, knowing they got a real gun. So that's a lie. And they profiled my son because he had tattoos on his face of his mama's name. That was a shame. And whoever else believed that justice, that they was Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon was in their right, shame on all y'all. My son did not deserve that. And yes, when we fight, we win. And we're going to keep on fighting in the name of my son. And Mayor Fury, you know what's up.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Rosie Park, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Number 7.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Fury, your sarcastic tone is disgusting. You shame our city. I'm demanding justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and the arrest of Chavez and Kincannon. It's despicable that you, a city council that's supposed to serve the will of the people, are pretending to be deaf and dumb. These meetings are designed to give us a voice, and because you don't like what you're hearing, you limit our time to express our outrage. Further, you hide behind a screensaver because you're too cowardly to show your faces while we remind you of your failures. Your protection of killer cops is an indefensible dereliction of duty. You willfully fail the people you have sworn to serve. Stop embarrassing Torrance. I yield my time.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Julie Randall, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Julie Randall. Mayor, I'm going to disconnect that caller as I'm hearing no response. Regi, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Actually, the name is Reverend. I didn't say Regi. I said Reverend when I gave my name. And I'm calling on oral communication.
Thank you, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Let me tell you bitch-ass motherfuckers something. Y'all scared of fucking cussing? When Jesus called the damn Pharisees a brood of vipers, he was pretty much calling them, you Pharisees are some bitch-ass motherfuckers. Because the Pharisees were those in the city of power, in the city of Israel, having the power over the business of the city of Israel. And guess what you bitch asses have? The power to fire those officers that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Matthew Concannon's bitch ass, and Anthony Chavez's bitch ass. So get up off your bitch ass and do what's right before Jesus calls your bitch ass a brood of vipers. All y'all shit ass are a brood of fucking vipers, okay? You bitch ass motherfuckers. You're doing oversight now, too, bitch.
Mayor, that caller has been disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Tobin, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I demand immediate justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was killed on December 9th, 2018 by Torrance police officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. It is a continuance of injustice that these officers are still on the streets, particularly when one of them has killed before and both could kill again. They need to be fired immediately for the safety of the community. Also, it's past time for the city of Torrance to set up a civilian oversight commission of the police department. A grand jury instructed that this be done in 2018 before Christopher was murdered, and I demand that it immediately be created. A change is coming. It would behoove you to rectify these injustices yourself rather than wait to be forced to do so by new and more just laws. I yield.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Anna, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I urge the council to fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and to create the long overdue civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. You all were elected to your jobs to listen to the demands of the people. These are the current demands, not only for Christopher Mitchell's loved ones, but for the city of Torrance to be improved, which apparently is what you are supposed to do. You sit every week employing murderers and scoffing whenever a caller mentions this tragedy. These two demands are really not unreasonable, and not only are they quite logical to improve the general well-being of the city of Torrance, they are also the least you could do to demonstrate an ounce of human decency, which this council is severely lacking. And it's not like it's a couple of people asking you to do this. Every week
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Jana, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am a registered voter in the city of Torrance. My family has lived in the city of Torrance for over 30 years. And as a black person, as a black woman, I have never felt safe in the city of Torrance. By continuing to ignore the voice of the people, the voice of the callers, for at least a year, by not firing the officers who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, you are sending the message that black lives do not matter in the city of Torrance. You are sending the message that for the 30 years, I am justified in feeling the way that I do as a resident of the city of Torrance. You're justified in all the unsolicited, unreasonable stops that have happened to men of color who have visited me in my home in the city of Torrance. I am extremely, grievously disappointed in you, Mayor. I voted for you, and you are not doing your job by appointing a civilian oversight committee. You are praising the Torrance police officers.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time is up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Joseph, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just wanted to let y'all know that y'all are trash. Number one, the fact that y'all would cut public comment time during a pandemic so that the family and supporters of somebody who your employees murdered can't speak is unacceptable. It's disgusting, right? It's really disgusting. The fact that you would cut off Christopher's mom today when he called to speak is disgusting. It's unacceptable. And to know that y'all are continuing, right, to carry on this legacy of white supremacy in Torrance is really disappointing. But I hope that y'all see this national and this global reckoning that is coming for y'all, right? I hope that y'all don't think that Torrance is going to escape from this global uprising and this global movement, right, unscathed, because you're not, right? And the actions that y'all are taking right now will absolutely be looked at, right, and will be seen by folks in the future. Y'all will know and y'all will be held accountable.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Please.
Jessica V., you are now unmuted. Can you please state the item you are calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi. I am once again calling for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His mom just spoke today, and she only had a minute of time. And y'all just continually don't care. And all we want is for the officers who murdered him in 15 seconds to be arrested and for his family to get justice. Like, it's not that difficult to just do the right thing. That man should be alive right now. You guys are a fucking disgrace. Absolutely disgusting. I yield my time. Bye.
Nice language. Next.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Arnie Goldstein, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
9A. I'm calling regarding the reporting of the COVID-19 cases and deaths. I see that.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm calling on the COVID-19 reporting on the number of cases and the deaths. I see that it's reported, but there is no reporting on how many cases we had from the prior day or from the prior week. And if you go back, some of the information is deleted. So I was hoping that there was a way that this could be modified. Additionally, I understand that there's some businesses that have to close because of employees that have contracted COVID-19. And I'm looking on the health department report, and I don't see any of those closures. So the restaurants, especially. So I would like to see something done about those two issues. And I'm sorry I can't use profanity, but please accept my request without it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnie. We'll talk to the county about trying to do something like that.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Francis, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hi, general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm calling for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. You know how to de-escalate, and your officers either don't feel like it, or they are traumatized, or they need mental health help. And you, like, the civilians are traumatized too, but you know who doesn't get to act irrationally or we get killed? Civilians. Y'all get paid to keep us safe, and you're scared of us, and you're shooting us, and you're hurting us. And we are done listening to the format that you have given us because it's not true and it's not working. Let the Civilian Oversight Committee come in and help you fix this shit show. I am not worried about cursing. I'm worried about people kneeling on each other's necks and that boy thinking that if he says please and he doesn't curse, then he's not going to get murdered. And you know what? He got murdered anyway. It's not about having...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Please.
Is Isabel, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications, item 7.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I would like to demand that Torrance police officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be fired for the unreasonable use of deadly force that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell on December 9, 2018, and that a civilian oversight committee be created. Each life that is murdered by police adds to the dehumanization and criminalization of the community and creates an impenetrable wall of separation between the two. Both of these officers have murdered community members by deadly use of force before. As a mental health professional, I don't understand how people who have killed others have been deemed mentally stable to go out again and hold a gun. All the research behind trauma, which is rooted in life-threatening situations that people perceive, will tell you that individuals with trauma will relive that trauma. A cop who has killed, you put them in the same situation, they will kill again. Their ability to perceive reality has been forever changed. And yet this is the same perception that you trust to determine if the use of deadly force is justifiable. Why, instead of grieving with the
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Joe, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm demanding an oversight commission and for the killer cops Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon to be fired for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You do not work on behalf of this community. You only work on behalf of yourself. The world right now is literally cracked open due to the undeniable structural racial injustice, and you all continue to refuse to care. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered. He was murdered by Torrance Police Department and Torrance City Council. All of you council members and Mayor Fury are complicit and actively working to cover up his murder. And unfortunately, Christopher is just one of the countless black and brown lives victimizing the city due to historic Torrance culture of white supremacy. Even though you all continue to do absolutely nothing and refuse to protect us as a community, we will never stop holding you accountable until justice is served. And for all of those who don't like my language, bless you.
Mayor, that caller appears to have disconnected herself. I'll move on to the next caller.
Please.
Sam, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I don't understand why we have to call each week regarding Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Like, his life was taken for no reason, and he was cooperating, and I'm just sick and tired that we have to come each week. But you know what? I'm glad that I'm coming each week, and I will keep on coming each week to speak to you guys until you guys actually hire a civilian oversight. And it's really ridiculous, and I'm just really frustrated with this whole situation in general. So I yield my time, and I'm not even going to mention those officers, and you know who it is because we keep on saying it each week. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Elizabeth, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yeah, hi, general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay, great. Thanks for the time. Long story short, I am a small business owner who does websites and social media for other small businesses and startups. And accordingly, I have been impacted financially with COVID and all that has come with the closures. I was wondering if there was any plan potentially for rent relief. I know LA City Council has just approved as of Monday. I think it's something in the vicinity of $1K a month for every month you're impacted. And I know there's all sorts of other options like CIDL and CPP through SBA, but was hoping maybe you guys could consider that as small business owners such as myself are kind of rebuilding. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Trisha Blanco, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on orals.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I propose the hiring of a civilian police commissioner with the educational background and public safety experience to lead to a redesign of the Torrance Police Department that includes teams of social workers and homeless specialists answering non-violent calls. And it also leads to training that would result in the demilitarization of the Torrance Police. I also ask that Council place on the agenda an item that would inform the citizens of Torrance about SB 90, which would be SB 902, which would be the bills, or the main bill, but also including a lot of other bills in Sacramento, that would change housing such that we would have the ability to build many units on one lot, but we wouldn't be furthering the cause of of improving homelessness.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Please.
Danielle, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hello?
Danielle, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling with a general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I'm just calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You all know that he was killed within 15 seconds by Matthew Concanon and Anthony Chavez, and they're still working for Torrance PD. They need to be fired immediately. They are dangerous to the people of the city of Torrance, especially to the black and brown people. Also, you still haven't created a civilian oversight commission of the police department, even though you were told to do this at least 2 years ago by a grand jury, and that needs to be done. Not sure how long this is going to take, but seems kind of ridiculous how many people are calling in every single week, and you're more concerned about language than people being murdered by your police department. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Paul, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yeah, general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Mayor, you're messed up, bro. I'm trying to figure out the morality in this. Like, you don't seem to care about a black man's life, which was taken in 15 seconds, but you seem deeply scared of people cussing in your meetings. I was thinking about a word for you, because you're concerned about language. I think the word for you is sociopath, my man. I think a sociopath puts a higher value on whether or not a person uses a curse word than on a black man's life. That's what a sociopath does. I know white supremacy is a sickness for us, my man. I know it's a sickness, but you're taking it to another level. And the way you thank white colors when they're done, and the way you don't say a goddamn motherfucking word to the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell is sinful, my man. And you are gonna burn. If there is any justice in this world, you are gonna burn.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Dr. Miller, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hi, thank you. I'm calling on the orals, and I'm mimicking the supporters of
Christopher. 1 minute starts now.
I'm mimicking the support for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell for justice, as well as a civilian oversight commission. I'm also appalled at the mayor's demeanor, as well as the rest of the council on this matter. That's actually what drove me to call in. I've already written a letter, so please read my letter. But to the young lady that talked about Black Lives Matter, you guys did not cut her off. She was completely off topic, and it just shows the bias. So I am just demanding with everyone else that you guys do justice, fire those two officers, Concanon and Chavez, and please do better by citizens of Torrance and of Los Angeles County altogether. You're not a silo. You don't get to behave this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Bruce, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I understand the city's network was hacked with ransomware, and I was wondering if you could publicly state how the network was recovered, what steps are being taken to mitigate another attack, and if any of the residents' confidential information was taken. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Perry, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening. I'm calling. I really have a very heavy heart. Mayor, I voted for you. And if I had the opportunity when you were running, I would have campaigned for you. I've been a resident of Torrance for over 30 years. And it has been my experience that it has been unfair to black and brown people. My children have had poor experiences with the Torrance Police Department. And living here for all of this time, I've heard people say that they feel safe from the police. I pray that would be true for us, a people of color, one day in this city. And I expected you, Mayor, to do something about it.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Julie, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
9A and General.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. Julie Dojuri. I just would like to comment on how wonderful the outdoor patio dining in the downtown area looked. I didn't go there, but I did stop by another restaurant to do a takeout, and it looked like people were having a lot of fun and enjoying themselves in the summer weather, and I hope that you will decide to continue it. I think it's a win-win situation for both residents as well as the small businesses in Torrance. My second item is general, and I just would like to say that when I heard that Mr. Jackson, the city manager, was retiring, it was kind of a very bittersweet announcement for me. Sweet because I know after 54 years he certainly deserves a wonderful retirement. But it was also bitter because I know how much he has given to the city of Torrance and all the wonderful accomplishments that he's made to the city, and it will be very, very difficult to fill his shoes. But I would like to thank him for his dedication, hard work, for the many, many years that he served, and I hope that he has a wonderful retirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Vicki Smith, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, I'm doing general comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I'm calling. I've lived in Torrance for 47 years, raised 6 children here, and I'm very proud of all of you. Your composure and your dignity, putting up with the abuse you have to put up with each week is just amazing to me. I started watching you about 2 months ago, and I'm very proud to be a citizen of Torrance. And these people that are calling, if they would only realize they're doing themselves more harm by their attitudes and by their language. And as I said, I'm very proud of all of you. Keep up your good work. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Mary, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Item 7, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm really disgusted by the misplaced priorities. Language due to rage, grief, and intergenerational trauma is completely understandable, particularly in the light of another death. The murders and the inaction is the problem, not the cursing. Take a breath, hear the pain, and do something. Police violence is the problem, not the language. Your inaction is the problem.
Olivia, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Torrance has never been safe for Black people and people of color in the city ever. Speaking from personal experience as a longtime resident, acknowledge that just because your experience with Torrance may have been quote-unquote safe, that privileged, comfortable experience often came at the cost of making other Black and brown folks feeling excluded and unsafe in Torrance in the process. Torrance and Torrance Police Department are literally notorious for their racism and racial profiling. Fire killer cops Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon created Civilian Oversight Commission. They are murderers, and Christopher deserves justice. You try to suppress our voices, that only makes us multiply and get louder. You won't listen, we will make you listen. Fuck your racist asses.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor.
Please.
Andy Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
8C, 9A, and O.
Thank you. Your 3 minute starts now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I would like to make a comment on 8C, purchasing these Ford Escape plug-in vehicles. In my opinion, no dumber choice would be for a vehicle like that than an Escape plug-in as a step up higher in the stupidity level than just buying a hybrid. And I don't know why we're throwing away again completely good pickup vehicles. And 80,000 miles is nothing for a Chevy pickup truck. It's just barely worn in. And thank you, Mr. Griffith. Only you are the one who questioning this item in your email, because this is very inappropriate to buy Escape plug-in hybrid vehicles. Okay, and and you need charging station, and you're going to charge it at the library, taking away parking spaces from other people. Thank you very much. I'm going to the 9A. 9A, I went to downtown and then observed the effort by the city to have the local businesses. And the restaurants, the tables front of the restaurants, they were pretty full, and so to speak, it was a success. But closing down the street and putting those tables up there for nobody and no people to serve, it was kind of a redundant, because it closed down the vehicular traffic, but it did not accommodate any more diners or people who could have participated in this event. And also, in the 9A, that unfortunately the sick people and the hospitalization and the dying number of people is escalating. So unfortunately, this event even looks like it was a success. It may be spreading the virus, and we mainly still have to distance instead of get together, and this is just extending the suffering of every business and every people and spreading the virus. Okay, I don't know how much time did I use. I don't want Mr. Fleckner to call in how much time I waste. And oral communication, I would like to ask Mr. Jackson, because he does all the negotiations. He hires all the attorneys and city matters. I would like to ask him, how much is this Lopez Hernandez case cost at the city when you put in that guy's 20.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Catherine, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling to make general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Very good. I'm calling once again to demand justice for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon of the Torrance Police Department, to demand that they be fired immediately, and to demand that a civilian oversight commission be established for Torrance PD to hold officers such as Chavez and Concannon accountable. Each day you wait, you are sending a message to the people of Torrance that you think murder is acceptable, that you do not stand for justice, that you endorse police brutality and corruption, and that you are invested in white supremacy. Firing officers Chavez and Concannon is bare minimum. Establishing a civilian oversight commission to hold police accountable is bare minimum. What message are you sending to the people of Torrance, to the people of this entire state and country, when you sit on your hands and refuse to do the bare minimum?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Please.
Eve Sanders, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
It's very tragic when anyone loses their life through unnatural means. It's terrible for whatever cause of death. But what I don't understand is, in the case of this gentleman who lost his life, that a lot of people are calling in on, if it was really unjustified, where is the high-priced lawyer who's looking for a percentage of the proceeds? Where's the news conference with the family with a high-priced lawyer in front? Just doesn't seem to be a case. A lot of people are calling about it, but frankly, doesn't seem to be anything. There doesn't seem to be any fire there, just a lot of smoke. So anyhow, it's tragic. Things happen, but there's consequences. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Melissa, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I am calling to ask the City Council to please listen to the callers that are concerned about the Torrance Police Department and the killing of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Please create a civilian oversight committee. I'll be honest, I have felt very safe since moving to the city of Torrance, and that's one of the reasons that I chose to live here. But I am a white woman, and I hear black people and people of color saying that they haven't had that same experience and that the city is not safe for them. And I'm deeply disappointed that you all are not listening to them. I hear that that's a problem, and I want to help fix that problem, and I want you, as my mayor and as my city council, to fix that problem. I want you to address and acknowledge anti-black racism in the city of Torrance. I want you to listen to concerns about the police department and to please, please create a civilian oversight committee. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, this is the call center. There are no more callers on the line at this time. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes all communications for this evening. We move on to the consent calendar, item 8. Do any council members wish to pull any items off of the consent calendar?
Mayor, council orals?
No, we council orals at the end. Anyone wish to remove any items from the consent calendar? I see none. Then I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar as a whole. Councilmember Chen?
Mayor, I move to approve items 8A through 8D.
Need a second?
I second.
Councilwoman
Ashcraft.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen,
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich,
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani,
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. 9A is from the City Manager's Office to provide COVID-19 recovery update and discuss and consider options for responding to orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. Per City Council request, staff is returning to your honorable body to provide an update and to allow the council to discuss and consider the actions of the city, the county, and the state. Since our last meeting on July 7th, LA County has experienced a significant increase in the daily reported cases of COVID-19. Current closures include indoor in-person dining at restaurants, indoor museum, indoor children's museums, and indoor operations at zoos and aquariums, card rooms, and satellite wagering facilities. Additionally, as Los Angeles County continues to be included in the state's monitoring list of more than 3 consecutive days, the governor has also ordered the following industries to shut down unless their operations can be modified to operate outside or by pickup: malls, fitness centers, offices for non-essential sectors, worshiping centers, personal care facilities such as barbershops, nail and hair salons, body waxing and tattoo parlors, and public protests. Although staff continues to await further guidance on the local health order from the county, we'll continue to work with our business community to assist them with adjusting to these constantly changing operating conditions. City staff will continue to reach out to Torrance businesses and share the latest guidelines that continue to be posted on the city's business resource website, citytorrance.com/reporting. Reopening. Staff from Community Development and Economic Development have continued to engage with downtown businesses that are responding to the most recent county health orders and that have prohibited indoor dining allowances. In response to the indoor dining restrictions, the city launched the Downtown Does Dining Al Fresco program this past Friday, July 10th. The new dining experience was well received by both restaurants and visitors, and staff will incorporate any lessons learned from the first operational period into the expanded concept area previously presented to the City Council. In conjunction with the outdoor dining program, visitors to downtown are encouraged to visit the retail and service businesses either before or after they dine, as many are also open for customers. CDD and Economic Development continue to work with restaurants throughout the city to assist them with obtaining their outdoor dining permits. Restaurants interested in pursuing extended outdoor dining are encouraged to contact the Office of Economic Development. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development either via email at economicdevelopment@torranceca.gov or via telephone at 310-618-5807. Last week, City Council approved resuming street sweeping and residential parking permit enforcement beginning July 27, 2020, with a 2-week warning period beginning yesterday, July 13th. The city's received many comments on that time frame, especially given the changes that are being done by the governor. Council may wish to address that matter. The City of Torrance continues to monitor all federal, state, county guidelines, share information with our community. The public is reminded to wear face coverings at all times when in public and to follow social distance protocols. Our hope is that the numbers begin to decline, and again, the governor allows for more openings and takes us back up the pattern of returning to a normal state. The fire chief and the EOC director and I are available for any questions or follow-up. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Are there any questions from the council? I see no one, so I'll take a motion to. Councilmember Chen has his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully this is the right time to talk about some of the issues to staff. I know last week we talked about parking enforcement to start 27th this month, and I'd like to reopen the discussion about starting the fine. Now that the last week it was under the premise that we will continue to reopen after July 21st, but it sounds like the governor has looked at the data, is we're kind of reversing direction from phase 3 reopening. I like to see if we can revisit that decision, and the discussion is not whether street sweeping, the dollar value or the fine. I'm just thinking in spirit of COVID-19. Now that a lot of the workers are told to stay home, that's something. And if something that the city staff could also look into, only if it makes sense. The staff may have to look at it. You know, at one time when most of the people are working at home, we also reprogram, I think, some key intersections with the street light. That you don't have to push the walk button. Just something to look at. You know, if it makes sense, if the traffic is deemed it necessary based on the operation of the city, that we may need to reprogram those 10 intersections under
Councilman, staff to investigate both of those matters. I think our police department is somewhat concerned that we're going to have more street parking than what we anticipated as we addressed it last week, and it may be advisable to delay it for a period of time.
That would be my suggestion, because I thought, you know, I knew we had 1 week window between July 22nd and July 27th, but now the governor went through. I'm not sure we need to wait. That's just my suggestion, and that's the only comment I have for now. And thank you very much,
Mr. Jackson or Mr. Sullivan. Can we do something tonight with regard to that, or do we have to?
Mayor, what you did before is you indicated to me that you'd like me to consider it. These could be an administrative decision that could be done during the coming weeks that would be brought back to you next Tuesday.
I think it's reasonable to keep pushing it, as since the governor did close down. I think I would get a concurrence of our council that we push it back until we get to that other level again. Is that a concurrence, Mr. Goodrich, or is that a question?
Actually, in order to avoid this continual flip-flopping and having to arise this discussion every time something changes, I wonder if we can peg it to some sort of metric. For example, one of the governor's phases. Once we hit a certain phase, you can pull it back, and then once we drop out of that phase, you can institute it. And that way, it's just automatic.
I think we could address that and pose that for our action at this time. And again, then it would be before you next Tuesday if you wanted to modify it or change it at that time.
Okay. I think that'll work. But I really want to encourage people to move their vehicles. Just because we're not enforcing it, there's not a reason to avoid the cleanliness aspect. The tonnage of trash that was picked up every week increases horribly. I know, and perhaps some houses don't get it in front of them, but those of us who have a west-facing street and curb in the city of Torrance, we, in 1 week's time, get all the trash blown into our curb area. And if we don't clean it up ourselves, our gardeners don't clean it up ourselves, and the street sweepers don't clean it up ourselves, it's an ongoing thing. And we get that complaint all the time by the people who live on that side of the street. So we have to do something to get the people to move their vehicles so that we can clean the streets in front of them. And, you know, unfortunately, the enforcement was the only way it seemed to work. But I certainly am sympathetic to the people who are stuck at home, that they can't use their garage, they can't use their driveway, then I guess they have to use our streets. So we'll bring that back next week. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, then I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to accept and file item 9A.
Councilmember
Thank you. And thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury? Mayor Fury?
I'm sorry, yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9B as in Bravo, from Transit to approve a letter of agreement for 2015 call for project funds from staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor Fury, members of the Council, James Lee and Kim Turner with the Transit Department. 9B is requesting your honorable body's approval of a letter of agreement with Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or Metro. In 2015, Transit applied for and was awarded funding for the Call for Projects regional process. These were out-year funds, and in November of last year, in 2019, we were notified that the funds were becoming available in fiscal year 20 and 21. Your honorable body approved the submission of a certification of project readiness letter, which staff sent in last November, and Metro has returned with this letter of agreement, which will fund the purchase of 4 alternative fuel vehicles. The award itself is $1,902,371 with a required local match of 21%, or $505,694, for a project total of $2,408,065. When Transit wrote this grant back in 2015, we were pursuing a CNG path, but combining with our other grant awards that are recently awarded or upcoming, we're going to try to leverage the funds in order to purchase a number of electric vehicles as well. So it'll be a combination of alternative fuel vehicles that are CNG, hybrid, or all electric. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ashcraft?
Thank you. Number one, thank you and congratulations to our staff for applying and receiving this grant money. In the body of the item, it talks about when we want the buses that they have to be constructed and manufactured. Is that a request? So buses are not readily available? They're constructed as you request them? That's my question.
Yes, Councilwoman. Staff will be returning at a later time once we've selected a vendor through a competitive process. And it usually takes 6 months to a year to actually construct a bus. We do full inspection, we do walkthroughs, and then we do acceptance once the vehicles are delivered. So we'll be returning shortly in about maybe 3-4 months' time with an actual award to a vendor, and we'll be discussing and sharing with you then the makeup of the fleet that we'll be ordering.
Okay, and are there local vendors, or do you have to go far away for that?
The vast majority of the heavy-duty bus manufacturers are located. One is in Northern California. There's a couple in Minnesota, one in Georgia. There's one in Riverside. So they're mostly out of the South Bay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. Will these new buses add to the fleet, or will we be able to sell and recoup some expenses by with it being a replacement?
It'll be a combination, Councilwoman. Some of them will be expansion vehicles, and some that we are replacing. We will auction the obsolete vehicles and recuperate some costs. Unfortunately, because of their age and condition, the auctioned vehicles usually go for about $3,000 or $4,000 each. So there is some minor recovery.
Wow. Wow.
They have over several 100,000 miles by the time they're done with their operation.
Thank you.
James, would you say that again? 700,000 miles, right?
On average, 700,000 to 800,000 miles. One of our buses broke nearly 1.3 million miles. So they run for a long time, and we credit the staff for their maintenance and upkeep.
I think kudos go to our mechanics. They really do keep them rolling, don't they? Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I see none. I'll take a motion to approve a letter of agreement with Metro. Councilwoman Kalani.
Motion to approve the letter of agreement.
Second.
I second. Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9C as in Charlie. From Transit to authorize the submission of fiscal year 2019-20 Federal Transit Administration grant application and appropriate funding. From Transit staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's James Lee once again from Transit. Staff is requesting your honorable body's approval to allow the Transit Department to submit our grant application for, as the Mayor mentioned, FTA Section 5307 grant funds. As a municipal transit operator in operation at this moment, we're eligible to apply for federal assistance for a variety of capital and operating projects. And staff, utilizing our long-range and short-range plans, identified various projects that we would like to apply this funding towards. For fiscal year 1920, the federal fiscal year is now entering its fourth quarter, and the funds are now available. Torrance Transit is eligible for an award up to $3,915,230. In the body of the report, we identify a series of projects that we would utilize this funding for, which would include preventive maintenance, the purchase of tires for our fleet, a regional upgrade of the fare boxes for the TAP program so that it'll make or allow for more options and ease of use for our patrons. We're investing more monies towards a heavy-duty electric vehicle charging station. We're applying to several different grants for this. We believe the cost, once it's all said and done, will be about $3 to $3 million to build a heavy-duty infrastructure for charging stations for buses. And then also some upgrades to our equipment and communication systems. We've realized during the COVID pandemic that we were a little short in certain areas in terms of overall communication and electronics, so applying about $25,000 for that project. So with your honorable body's concurrence, we will finish the drafting of this application and submit it to the feds for their award. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you again, Mr. Lee. Any questions or comments from council? I see none. I'll take a motion to authorize the submission of our fiscal year 2019-20 Federal Transit Administration grant application and appropriate funding.
Councilmember Goodrich moves.
Okay. Councilmember Kalani second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9D as in David, also from Transit to approve Transit Department's claim for Transportation Development Act and State Transit Assistance Funds for first quarter of fiscal year 2020-21. From Transit again.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the Mayor mentioned, this final item is also requesting your honorable body's approval to to allow the Transit Department to submit our annual claim for CDA and STA funds, Transportation Development Act, and State Transit Assistance funds, to LA County Metro in the amount of $5,758,788. Normally, transit gets about $23 million, a little bit over $23 million a year in these combined funds, which is explained in Attachment A in detail. We use it for a variety of things, such as operating costs, for security, for various projects, operating and capital. Unfortunately, due to the economic uncertainties in the region at this time relating to the COVID-19 pandemic, the region is only committing to the first quarter allocation for fiscal year 2021. We as a region will revisit this in late August or early September to determine the actual funding levels for the remaining 3 quarters of fiscal year 21. In anticipation of this, and with your honorable body's approval prior to this, transit staff applied for and was awarded CARES Act funding in the amount of $7.9 million. And this was to offset and cover any shortfalls that may occur with these regional and state level funds. So with your authorization, we'll submit this first quarter report for the allocation of $5.7 million. And we'll then adjust accordingly for the remaining 3 quarters based upon the region's input regarding the actual funding levels for quarters 2, 3, and 4 for fiscal years 21. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you again for a very detailed report and information. Any questions or comments from the council? I see none. I'll take a motion to approve the transit claims submitted for transit funds. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the Transit Director's application to the Claim for Transportation Development Act and State Transit Assistance Funds for fiscal year 2020 to 2021.
Thank you. Second?
I second. Ashcraft.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 10, there are no scheduled hearings. There are no scheduled agency agendas. There are no scheduled second reading ordinances, which takes us to council orals. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. Just a quick thank you to staff. I don't often or don't enough thank them, especially during this pandemic when not only is everybody in the city shorted money in their departments, but business is ever changing from community development to community services to transportation that we just heard. They're shorted money and the way of doing business. So I thank everybody for doing such a great job and making this city work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. As we discussed in item 9A today, I want to encourage the community that we need to get back on track into reopening phase 3. So please, that's all of us. This is the 4th quarter of the game, and we need to put our game face on, and so that we can get all our data back, get our governor notice and our county notice that we are safe and our business can operate and go back to work. So let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, Mayor, thanks. I have 2 council orals. Recently, several large California cities, including Los Angeles and San Francisco, have had their police unions express support for a National Police Independent Database, also known as National ID. In conversation with the Torrance Police Officers Association and staff, they have expressed support for the concept. This database would create a list of police officers who have had workplace issues so that law enforcement agencies do not unknowingly hire problem officers that were previously discharged from other cities. I believe our support of this is necessary as part of needed reform, and with the concurrence of Council, I'd like to direct staff to send a letter to appropriate parties in support of this database.
In support? I need some thumbs up. I got
Thank you.
Concurrence. Okay. Thank you. And your second?
In light of recent unfortunate events in Torrance that are not reflective of our community as a whole, I'd like to challenge everyone to demonstrate acts of kindness to show that kindness always wins over hate. I think my colleagues on the council will agree that the culture of this community has always been welcoming, inclusive, and neighborly. As we've repeatedly said through this pandemic, Torrance cares, and I truly believe we do. I'd like to share that sentiment and remind our residents and visitors of the inclusive, safe community that we've built and love. So with concurrence from my colleagues, I'd like to request staff to initiate a campaign to promote positive messaging to be spread throughout the city to remind the public to combat hate with kindness and that brighter days are ahead of us. I think in these dark times, there's a lot of anxiety, and we're seeing that with rising crimes and incidents in the community, and I think maybe a couple of signs, like what comes to mind, sprinkled throughout the community would be the bridge over 190th. We often advertise events there. Why not advertise with a positive message to uplift everybody's spirits?
And I think nobody could be against random acts of kindness. So I dare say I would like to see a real campaign where we put the signage out and we actually promote it, and perhaps do some PSAs. And I'm sure our city staff will help us with that. So thank you very much for bringing that up.
Mayor, we can follow up on that.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to say that.
Oh, one more. On that.
Not an oral. I just wanted to say that I attended the rally that a number of Asian American groups sponsored at Wilson Park over the weekend. It was kind of a rally for a cause. They combined it with a workout, and it was a very peaceful gathering, and they were messaging along the same way, pushing back against some of these unfortunate incidents that a very small minority of the population has committed over the past weeks. So stood in support with them. I know Assembly Member Elmer Suchi was there as well, and it was a good event promoting a positive message.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just say one thing. As the liaison for the Torrance Sister City Association, the Sister City Association held their monthly meeting last night, and we had a very special appearance from approximately 10 members of KIRA, the members of the equivalent organization in Kashiwa to our Sister City organization, join our Zoom meeting. And it was very nice to be able to see and share with our fellow members in spirit with our Sister City program in Kashiwa, as if we were all in one room together. It was 11 o'clock in the morning Kashiwa time, and it was 7 p.m. Here in Torrance. And it was really nice to see so many of our friends from Kashiwa who support the Sister City program there for us, and their adult leaders involved in our meeting. And I just wanted to share that with everybody, that it was a really nice experience to see our Sister City folks involved in that. And I look forward to maybe having them participate in more of our meetings. This is one of the positives, that the Zoom format actually does allow us to be able to communicate worldwide with anyone as if we're all together in one place. So it was a very pleasant and enjoyable meeting to have our Kashiwa friends there with us. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief comment again on the outdoor dining in Old Torrance. It's such a wonderful event, and I just invite everybody to go out and experience it. The restaurants are happy to see us. The businesses are happy to see us, and it's very well done. So please go and support that area, support all our restaurants in Torrance, and please stay safe and well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I was happy to see that a couple of the items I was going to speak about tonight were actually already covered earlier. Shows that we're on the same page. Also, I want to apologize for wearing my sunglasses for most of the evening. My eyes are still a little sensitive. Had some surgery, but I wanted to say that I saw the list of 19. There was about 19 outdoor patios that were approved. The permits were approved rather quickly, so I really commend staff for processing those applications. But I also want to remind people that it's not just restaurants out there. I know restaurants, we always go to the restaurants for entertainment, but there's a lot of struggling businesses out there, places that may not even make it through this. If everyone can just please go out and, spend a little bit of money. Even if you don't need things, you can always donate them, buy something to donate. Many organizations need help as well, or buy some gift cards and use them later. But these businesses are suffering. We need to really show our support. We need to come together as a community. And I am very happy that the city is actually helping these businesses with, not only promoting them, but giving them options. And I agree with Councilwoman Kalani that the downtown area looks beautiful. I haven't had the opportunity to actually dine, but I did drive by and check it out. I really think we can make it through this all in one piece. It's a matter of the community coming together and the city giving a helping hand. Another thing I wanted to address, which I wrote it down because it's a little bit of information, so I apologize if I'm just reading off a piece of paper, but I'd like to address the ever-growing issue of people hanging out in our parks after hours. Columbia Park, Rivera Park, Wilson Park, Walteria Park, El Retiro Park, and many others, all hotspots with multiple reports. In some areas, such as the Paseo de la Playa parking lot, we have had reports of people selling drugs, fighting, trashing the place, and residents are told that there is very little we can do. I disagree that we can do very little, and we might be limited, but I think where there's a will, there's a way. And bottom line is that I believe that no crime should go unpunished. We must follow the rule of law and discourage criminals from even stepping foot in Torrance with ill intentions. This is about public safety, and our duty as a city to enforce the laws and protect our neighborhoods is 100% of the time. Having said this, I do want to say that I fully support our law enforcement. They've been doing a fabulous job. But even talking to some of our officers, there's some, limitations. Both state and federal laws have really put limitations as to what we can do. But just because the state decided to change some felonies into misdemeanors, it doesn't mean that we can't write people up for misdemeanors. I think it's very important to keep control of our city. There's RVs, parking, people drinking, leaving all their trash and bottles everywhere and picking up and driving off. These are things that we need to keep control of. I mean, we're slowly but surely deteriorating from within, and I think we do need to take a harder approach, harder stance on even the misdemeanors within our city. I know it's a tough time. COVID-19 has really put the brakes on a lot of stuff. Legislation, that's just crazy legislation coming from the state. Early release programs. And now I think I heard 8,000 more prisoners are being released because of COVID-19. So Torrance, I really do hope that as a whole, residents, business owners, stay vigilant, pick up the phone, call on anything you feel is suspicious. And I really urge our police department to process everything and just get on top of it. And again, I really appreciate the hard work of the men and women in our police department and our fire department, all first responders. But let's try to keep the Torrance under control. Anyways, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, I want to say this publicly. I know you and I don't always get along, and we sometimes bicker, but some of the treatment that I've been seeing that you've been receiving is uncalled for, unjust, and I really do think the years that you served Torrance, again, we may not agree on policy and the way we might do things, but you don't deserve that, and I really do hope that people realize that we're up here working hard for Torrance as a whole, and we're not nitpicking the neighborhoods or people or anything like that. So anyways, I just wanted to say that publicly, Mayor, and the rest of our city council, just stay strong and stay focused on what our job is here. Thank you, guys, and good night.
Thank you. And I want to agree with everybody that this weekend down at the restaurants and Old Torrance were fantastic. Terry and I stopped down there. We had dinner, and then we jumped home to watch the Torrance Theater Company on TV. What a great program that is, to be able to sit in your own home and make your own popcorn and sit there and relax and watch something that's homegrown. And I know there were people looking at the show from the East Coast and up north and down south and the desert. So it's really neat for the people who volunteer at Torrance Theater Company. It's a wing of the city of Torrance from our Community Services Department, and they don't get thanked enough. So thank you, Gia and Carrie. What a great job you guys are doing. Everybody who worked on this last Kalamazoo play. So as we close tonight's agenda, I want to again thank you all for your patience with us and the other agencies working to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. In the last 14 days, today is July 14th, we had almost 200 positive tests come out of the city of Torrance. And today was a record, unfortunate record for positive tests in the county of Los Angeles and deaths in the county of Los Angeles, the highest it's been during the pandemic, which is an indicator that we weren't doing something right when we opened up a little bit too soon, perhaps. I know our parents are eager to find out what the fall will look like for our students. The TUSD Reopening Task Force and the committee members are working diligently and developing a plan for a safe return to school in August. TUSD conducted 2 parent surveys and last week held a board workshop where additional questions were answered and the reopening of the schools was discussed. If you missed the workshop, you can view a recording at tusd.org/parents. I would encourage everybody who has children in schools to really be part of the conversation rather than part of the complainers after it's all done. There's a very serious job that the school board has to do, and they need help from the professionals, but they also need to know from the community what can be done or what you can work with. As a way to seek additional parent input, TUSD is holding weekly a parent information session with an opportunity for Q&A during the month of July. The next one is planned for Thursday, July 16th at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. I encourage everybody to be involved with that. The 10 a.m. session will focus on elementary schools, then pre-K to 5, and the 5 p.m. session will focus on secondary schools, which is 6 through 12. Parents are welcome to attend either session. However, the Q&A will be reserved for parents who have questions about specific grade levels covered in the particular session. All of this information linked to the July 9 session. The July 9 session will be found on the district website in the news section at tusd.org. I can't stress this enough. Cover your face and mind your space. We should still be limiting close contact to only those in our household. Yesterday, the state issued a revised statewide health order on indoor operations for certain business sectors. In addition, they issued revised orders for Los Angeles County and the other counties on the monitoring list for the closing of both indoor and outdoor operations for bars and similar establishments. Also ordered for Los Angeles County, operations which promote the mixing of populations beyond households and make physical distancing with face covering difficult are affected. Businesses that are not able to continue through outdoor operations must close that portion of their business effective immediately in order to further mitigate the spread of the virus. We understand this affects many of you. It affects us too. We've been working day and night to update our codes and discover ways for our business community to operate safely and effectively. You've heard some of them tonight. And in accordance with executive orders, last weekend we were able to see some of our hard work come to life with the Downtown Does Dining al fresco. Thank you to our restaurants for adjusting to public health orders, city staff for coordinating a safe program, and to the community for supporting our businesses. We have to understand that the state monitors county-specific data to determine whether and how to modify the pace of reopening. Los Angeles County is under active monitoring by the state and may receive targeted engagement and technical support from the California Department of Public Health and other agencies and departments, including the Business Consumer Services, Housing Agency, and the Department of Industrial Relations and the California Department of Food and Agriculture. You can find all this information on reopening in addition to links to county and state orders at torranceca.gov/COVID-19. We thank you for your understanding. We thank you for your compliance. And remember that the least expensive thing we can do to avoid this virus is to wear a mask, like Councilwoman Kalani is doing right now, and keep your distance and mind your space. It's free. It's cheap. It's really inexpensive. But when they close down elements of our economy, it's real expensive. It hurts those who directly affected. It hurts those of us who are mildly affected by it. But we need to have the cooperation. We need everybody to get on board. Mind your space and cover your face. We thank you especially for your patience during this time of uncertainty. Take care and be extra safe. Now, this time we're going to take a recess. We're going to go back into executive session, and we will return thereafter. Have a good week if we don't see you in the interim. are not on yet, folks.
Yeah.
Wait for you to start, Mayor.
Ready? Okay, we're back from our executive session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, there isn't, Your Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Adjournment of City Council meeting to Tuesday, July 21st, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 o'clock p.m. in compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable, Channel 3 Spectrum, and Channel 31 Frontier, over the air on 25.2, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube, channel Torrance City Cable.
Councilmember Griffith?
Councilman Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. We'll see you next Tuesday night. In the meantime, take care.